mic is muted. All right. So the stream has started. Let's briefly go over what we're going to do today. My main focus for today is to create a minimap code, a very versatile minimap code for the games that I've been working on. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but I'm working on an RTS type game, and for that type of game, minimap is like vital to having it make it user friendly and people can easily navigate the map and stuff like that. And so there's a couple features that I want to add to this minimap code. So I already have a minimap code coded, and I coded it a couple months back, and it's actually very detailed. And what I wanted to do today is like make it very customizable. And so right now I'm just make a list of the things that we wanted to do, and we're gonna try to knock down those problems. So I'm just type in minimap code, update features. All right. So the first one is that the ability to zoom in and zoom out of the code would be really cool. So that's, I'm gonna say, a zooming feature. Another one is that if you click it, it should teleport you wherever it clicks, and that would be slightly difficult. But I'll say click and move. Sure, that sounds good. Another one would be make it to where you can like change the style of the minimap, make it a square, circle, you know, stuff like that. So I'm gonna say change style of minimap. What will also be cool if you can change this location. I'm gonna say change location as well. So this actually is gonna be like a very versatile minimap if you can do all these things. What else will we want our minimap to do? We'll of course display your allies and your enemies. I also wanted to be able to highlight certain areas of the minimap as well. That might be probably difficult to add, but I'm gonna say highlight areas of minimap. But we're gonna try our best. And so far, this is basically everything that I want to happen on minimap. And let me go ahead and just send out a quick buzz to everyone so they can check out the stream, see what we're doing. Also, is the quality okay for everyone? Is everything good? The music's not too loud? Any more things that we should have to this minimap before we begin? So first, I have a private environment just for the minimap code, and that's gonna be a good place for me to, play around with it. There won't be like other codes in the way of like trying to make it, and then you can easily import that into like any project that I want. So we're going to quickly run the minimap code. So here it is, and it works decently. It's pretty accurate. This is it. So the first thing I'm gonna do is there's a code that because basically the minimap is like a huge block. Yeah, I'm gonna explain the minimap, but it's a huge block of the entire world, and then I use like a layer that's on top of it that basically crops the huge map. Whenever you move, that huge map is just translated or basically relocated depending on what direction you move. So there's like a huge map just moving across your screen. And there was like a little bug with the game. Not really a bug, but just how the engine works is that if a really huge object, which we do have, is near the edge of your map, it will create something called a screen border, meaning it will just be like black. So like this part of the screen would just be black. Let me give you a link to but yeah, so like this part of the screen would just be like black or whatever, and it basically shifts the entire screen in a direction. But there recently was a feature to where like it will ignore screen borders, and so that's basically what I'm about to implement, and I'm gonna try to get this closer to the edge. There's appearance flags, so it's called appearance flag equals pounds, or something of that sort. Yeah, that worked. So now if it hits the edge, it's not going to create that screen border. So now I can kind of shift it to the far left. It doesn't matter where I shift, it won't stress the screen. These variables right here that basically like adjust the entire minimap. I'm just going to shift it 2 pixels to the left and bottom. Ooh, that it's acting a little bit weird right now.
Hey, indie musicians, if you want to get your music heard and sold worldwide on iTunes, Amazon, Google Play, and over 150 digital music stores, you need TuneCore Music Distribution. TuneCore has been in business for over 10 years and has helped over 250,000 artists sell their music worldwide. With TuneCore, you keep 100% of your music sales revenue and 100% of your music rights. Now is the time to get your music heard.
Alright, so this is called T-Pixel Get 1, and basically what it does, it will load a saved map, and if there are no saved maps, it's basically going to loop through the entire world's turfs, right? And it's going to create an icon for it and store it here, and the icons are created depending on the Z level that it's in. And this basically says we're going to create this icon, and it makes it the appropriate size. And then this basically checks to see if this particular type has been created, if this particular icon for this type has been created for the minimap. And if it hasn't, it's basically going to create a new icon with the same icon state and the same icon file. It's going to see if it's like, if there even is an icon that exists, or if it's not like fully transparent. Then it actually scales it down a bit. It's going to scale it down by dividing it by 8. And this basically tells it, how much to scale it by, and then it stores it at the appropriate associative value. And And then it'll just say, oh, the image object is going to equal that thing that we created just now or that was created beforehand. And then it checks to see if there actually is an icon. If there is no icon, we're just going to use the last one that we would use during the map. And then we basically just add that image to the world icon. And then we do the same thing for objects. We try to find all the objects and then create its miniature version of itself, add it to the minimap. So that's basically how the code works. And then the minimap itself is a bunch of different HUD objects or layers. So now we need to position the minimap correctly. So the first one we're going to work on is we're going to try to change this location, because I think that's the most important right now. Is like we need to have control over where it shows up, and right now the control is like not that good. So I'm going to have to recode how things work, and I'm thinking that I'm probably going to have to start from scratch, honestly, because the code works so much different than if we're just going to start from scratch. I'm basically going to delete how everything works, which is cool. So we're just going to delete this. And this could be a bad idea, honestly, but I kind of like starting from scratch in certain things. Just going to get rid of this. Instead of deleting, I'm just going to comment it out. I'm going to make this code open source. I'm going to go straight. We're going to update the current minimap code that I have available to the public. Alright, so this right here is like everything the client needs in order to like display the minimap. This is actually the map itself. This is the master plan that basically crops it to being a certain size. This basically adds the plane to the client screen. This is like the borders and just kind of some fancy stuff to it. Okay, so that's what that does. Now, this is the part we need to work on. So let's go ahead and just mess around with them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create some new variables. I'm gonna call this anchor, pure anchor, or minimap anchor equals or x. Is the music too loud? Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, let me show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like so far. It's very detailed. Like, if I had better icons on the map, you would see like every detail. But basically, it's actually every icon in the game, and it just shrinks it down. But once this is done, we're gonna release it like immediately so everyone can have access to it. So right now, like I said, I want this right here to be able to switch right here, in this corner, over here. Like, I want it to be anywhere. I want people to be able to customize it. Yeah, man, like I want people to develop good games, man. And so I want to supply people with the codes to make quality games, because Beyond has been kind of stuck in this non-quality world, and the world around it is developing more quality. And so we need developers to develop resources for the community. Oh, Medicaid. Okay. Welcome, welcome, man. All right, so basically these are my anchors now. And so we're gonna try to just use that really fast. So I'm gonna just put anchor X, anchor Y, and hopefully that should work, but we'll see. Got some little errors over here. I'm gonna just comment this whole thing out for right now. I'm gonna comment this out too. So yeah, right now we're just like starting from grassroots when it comes to the code. Okay, Southwest, yeah, I had it opposite, so it needs to be like that. Boom, there it is. See, it's perfectly aligned, right? That is amazing. We already have progress. All right, and I'm just gonna play around with it. We're gonna say east, north, right? Just see. Just wanna make sure it works like the same every single time, because if not, then we're gonna have to create special cases for it. All right. Now this is a bug. This is the screen border thing I was talking about. When an object that is like kind of big reaches the edge of the screen, it creates a screen border. And I've suggested a request that get rid of this because I've run into tons of problems and I've never actually needed to use a screen border or like so that's the problem. In order to fix it, all we have to do is add how bounds or bound and boosh. No more screen border. So that problem has been fixed. Seems like there's a little bit layer right there though. That might be a bug. But so now we see that it's outside of the bounds. So now we need to create a special code that will make it, come out this way. And so we need to know the size of the icon in pixels, and then we'll just transition it, down or whatever. So we're gonna come right here, and we're gonna create a variable, and we're gonna call it pixel x, right? And the icon, we actually need to create the icon as an icon type so we can actually use functions for it. And we're just going to say source icon, guys come out icon state or whatever. And then this one is going to be I dot width, I think is what it is, width. And then we're going to do like a py, which is going to be the horizontal value of it. All right, and so we know how big it is. So now we need to actually uh, we need to know what direction the anchors are. And so we're just going to basically say f mini anchor y equals north. All right. If it's north, then we're going to subtract. Hold on. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna just do it like this. Set these variables whenever you need them. So if it's north, if it's going to be at the top beyond the screen border or whatever, we're going to set that equal to the icon height. And I'm going to just make it minus because we want to subtract that value from it. And then we're going to do the same for east, right? If it's on the very east, and this is going to be the x-axis, whatever, we're going to do width. I'm going to set this equal to x. So that overall was fairly simple. And I'm going to just set these equal to 0. And now we can shift them. Hold on, I'm trying to think because let me bring up the screen. location. Okay, so we'll have to separate them. So it'd be like north, and we're gonna say uh, PX, PY, and this little semicolon right here tells you that you're gonna be using pixels. And then we'll just put a comma, and this is gonna be PX. And this should work. So we're gonna test it, and if it's like the right distance from the corner. Oh no, that's not the right distance. So let's see if it's actually getting passed down here. Oh my God, that was ugly, my bad. Working. I'm gonna say north. At first I'm just seeing if these values are getting set. They are getting set, so now I just need to see what this value looks like. So it says northeast, so that's very weird. So it looks like this is not working. And the problem is because this mini map code right here does not have an icon. And so I'm basically looking at the wrong icon. What I need is this icon right here. And so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna just use the icon for right now, just make it simple, but I'm gonna have to create some sort of relationship later to where you know the icon that's being used for the visibility. So now that we see that it did move, like it was up here and now it's down here, but now it's moved way too much. And so we have to like figure out uh the the amount that we need to subtract from that amount. And I'm assuming it's 32 pixels. I'm just gonna assume that. And so we're gonna basically add 32 pixels to each of them. So it subtracts less, if that makes sense. And I was right. So there it is, 32 pixels. So now we have the correct one for this side, bottom left, and then the top left, or top right. So now let's just test the left top and the bottom top, and they both should work properly. So so northwest, we're just gonna test that really fast. Perfect. And then we're gonna test southeast. Perfect. All right, so now we have the locations like correct. Which is awesome. So we can pretty much almost scratch this off because we have the right values for them. So change locations is basically, and we just have to create specific like ways to change it. Uh, so I guess we can need to implement to where the mini map now actually goes with that. And so first we're just gonna reset it to the bottom left side of the screen right there. And now we want to bring up the mini map. See how moving is not showing up? So we're gonna have the mini map now kind of show up, and then we're gonna align it to that. And so I'm gonna make this right here a global variable, so we can actually use it over here. Uh, And these variables are eventually going to change to a mob, like, because everyone can have different settings on their minimap, so we're going to eventually have to not make them global variables. But yeah, we'll do that when the time comes. I'm gonna just call this mini px and mini py and set them both equal to 0. All right, and we'll just remove these. And we'll call this mini px, oh, sorry, mini px and mini py. All right, and so now this basically can have the same value as this, but the minimap is gonna work differently because it's gonna have its own uh, variations, because like it's not gonna have the same like coordinates or corner. It's not gonna work the same. But I'm gonna show you guys a few things. Uh, Let me remove this. I'm gonna show you guys a few things so you can like truly see like what the mini map looks like without the cropping. Don't need that. All right, so we're gonna run it and see if the mini map shows up. Oh my God. Well, it looks like we messed something up. I don't know what we messed up, but it's no longer showing up. It might be this, so let me go ahead and comment this out again. But I didn't change this besides, oh, I see. I think I did mess something up. Yeah, that needs to be mini py. Now that should work. There it is. Okay. All right. So now we need to like see where the mini map is actually showing up. In order to do that, I'm going to basically get rid of this visible area thingy, and it basically crops the mini map. And so now it's gonna like show the mini map like in its big form. Oh God, never mind. All right, so the mini map is not showing up at all. I'm just gonna get rid of all the layers of it, and we just need to get this mini map showing up so we then know how to uh, find the offset of like where it needs to be. So just to make sure it's working, I'm just gonna put some output mini map, and then I actually want to know the location that it's in. Oh, I see what happened. The same problem that we had over here. My bad. Uh, let's see. No. Okay, it's not working. World minimap. All right, so the minimap exists, but it's like we don't know where it's at. But if I get rid of the tile bounds, which I'm gonna do for right now, is get rid of the tile bounds. It should like make my screen go crazy. No, I don't know where it's at. So it's supposed to be showing up at the southwest corner right there. Let's see like display the actual icon of it. Let's see if it displays. Oh, I see what happened. My bad. Um, I kind of messed up. The screen location is like of the world map. Wait, the world map does need a change. Yeah, it does. Let's see if the world map actually has like an icon. It does, and it's huge. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of testing. I'm just going to get rid of some of this stuff. I got rid of the master plan, so maybe it'll show up now. Oh, I'm getting rid of like every plane but the world map. And this. All right. All right, so there it is. It's showing up. It's showing up where it needs to show up, honestly. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna put all this back in. All right, so there it is. And so what I'm gonna do now is one, I'm gonna make it to where like the center piece that we're at, we're gonna make it to where it shows like a dot, like a green dot, like right here. And then we need to like adjust the map to align where that green dot is at. And this is basically the code that will create the green dot. And this basically is the code that displays like your enemies, your allies, and yourself. Um, yeah, it's out of date because we just changed everything. So we're gonna have to fix it up a little bit. All right, so in order to get the green dot to work correctly, we're going to need to, again, use the whole size of this thingy, which we have as the mini x, px, and mini py, and divide it by 2. So that's basically like how we're going to find u. But let me go over this really fast. Yeah, this is not working right now, so let me fix that up real fast. We're basically going to use the same coordinates as this. All right, so there it is. There's a little green dot right there. All right. What we want to do is basically have it recognize that the center is right here. But this right here is actually saying that we are in the far corner. I wonder, because it should be updating. Or so like it's on us and it's saying that uh, this is the center of the whole map. But we want the center to be like right here. So we need to adjust this code a little bit. Um, but let me take a moment to like think about what's going on. Because if I set this as to 1, I'm just gonna say, yeah, we need to take this off. Just have it be like that. Let's see what happens. Looks like it's the same exact thing. Alright, so I'm gonna set this to 1, 1 and just see what it looks like. Because I want it to be in the very corner. If it's in the very corner, that's weird. So here's like 1, 1. So I'm assuming that like this right here is like 32. Could be 16. Yeah, that could be 16 pixels. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like that's, I don't know. Let's screenshot it. All right. Yeah, that is 32 pixels. So if I change that to 0, what would it be? That's very weird. Because I want it to be at the very corner. If it's not the very corner, then it'd be hard to calculate the center. Let's take a look at the icon that it's in. It's right here. And it is this right here. And it's literally like this. I'm going to see if that actually fits in here. No, it doesn't. Oh my God, can I undo? Okay, there it is. So I do think that's where it needs to be. It seems like the screen zoomed a bit. Uh, I think that's decent. So we're just gonna say that that's equivalent to 16 pixels. Just guessing. In order to make it centered, we need to divide this by 2 and basically add it to that. So let's see how that works. So this is our values. That tells us how big the mini map is. And we're just going to do this divided by 2. Technically, that's actually not right because it's going to be 0. It's going to be 0 because that only changes when it only changes when this is like when it's the northeast. So we're going to actually have to come up with a new thing. So I'm going to say mini height, mini width. So this is going to be the actual size of the mini map. And we can just put that right here. Mini height equals mini width. And we're basically going to do this right here. And then we're just going to add that value over here. so we don't like use the same process again. And so that should work. So now we can just add these values over here. All right, so now we can see, ooh. All right, so it's a little bit better. Uh, Now we just need to subtract like 16 pixels most likely. So that actually worked out pretty well. Like it was accurate. And that's because like we did a little bit of uh, geometry, I guess, measuring out the distances and stuff, just trying to figure out to make sure all our coordinates are right. Because I just went in straight in guessing, I could have been like really off, and then I would end up having to calculate it anyway. So that's almost centered, but it's not quite centered. And so now we're kind of doing a guessing game, which I don't like to do because, uh, when you work with like formulas and calculations, you want like everything to be um, like you kind of want to see the formulas beforehand. Oh, okay, that's centered. So that worked. It was 32 pixels. Awesome. That's basically centered. All right, so now that is centered, we have the correct uh, distance for the location of enemies and stuff. All right, so now we need to have it to where the mini map actually moves with us and is like on the proper thing. So like you see how I'm right here on this map? We want to bring this up to over here. Um, and so basically what we would have to do is a little bit of calculation because right now, like this is the corner of the map. And we basically would have to do, like find out the distance between here and there, shift it, shift it up, hold on, bring this that way. This would be the center, which would be, and then minus 32. Let's try that. Let's try that. So the mini map would be location. We're going to create some new variables. And this will be, we'll use the old mini values that we have. Right, and then this will be minus 32, I believe. And then plus y, and this will be plus the height of the mini map divided by 2. Hold on, I messed up. Oh no, it needs to be y, that's it. So we're going to see if it's centered. Oh no, I don't even think it changed. Oh, it's because I never added those values to it. So put that there and this there. Looks like it says dot 5. Oh, okay, we need to round it. Ooh. So we need to round that division. I don't know if we need to round up or down. We'll just round up. All right, and see, there it is. That's basically what we wanted to do. It's decently accurate. So now that we have the right formula, uh, like we had the right, everything's in the right position. So now we need to make it to adjust according to our location. So the mini map works differently. Like it's opposite. So like if I move up, the mini map's gonna shift down. And so we're going to say minus O, because that's like the user, like that's the mob that's being passed down. And if I move to the right, the minimap is going to shift left. So yeah, minus X, and then I think minus Y. And that's going to lead to some. So yeah, it's definitely shifting right. But now the problem is that since I added a whole new value, uh, you can tell our calculations were a bit off, which is kind of cool. So like we can probably get rid of this. Let's see what happens when we get rid of that. It's decent. All right, so now you can see like I can walk the entire map and the map is not moving accordingly. And it's because uh, the actual pixels are like 4 and I'm moving per 1. So we need to do the size times 4, I believe. So it's gonna get nasty. And we have to actually create variables for these because like when the map is created, see how that's times 4 or whatever, we're gonna have to make all that variables to where the minimap can be adjusted appropriately depending on the scaling that is set for it. All right, so now you can see that we're way off. But let's see if like we actually scale correctly. Like, does it actually go to like almost the full map? So that looks about right. Like I'm at the very edge. That's roughly like the whole map. So I'm pretty sure the scaling's right. Now we just need to make sure the positioning is right. So we still need it to be able to adjust. Uh, this is where it gets confusing. I'm gonna take this part out just for a moment and see how it looks. All right, so it's so far to the top and so far to the right because we're multiplying by 4. But that's the scaling that we need. Uh, and so what I think we need to do is actually make this a minus, or we need to subtract it from the entire value. What I think that we need to do. I'm gonna just put minus. Uh, Basically, the size of the mini map is what it needs to be. Oh God. And that's weird because it seemed like it got worse. Yeah, which is weird. Mine's will. But let's see if I add. I don't know. Let's see what happens when we add. But yeah, this is, I guess, the harder part of creating this because I'm trying to make it like a formula that then, like, if we change any variable, the map will adjust to it. But if you all have any suggestions or ideas, let me know. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to where we were when everything was perfectly aligned, which I think was right here. I think this is when everything was perfectly aligned. Yeah, and then let me go to the where we changed the movement. All right, so I'm gonna just go back to the perfect alignment. All right, so this is it. This is when everything was like solid. So what we need to do now is we need to basically uh, I don't know how to explain it. Basically, cut down the the offset that we're getting from the position of the player. We need to cut that down because, like right now, let's say that I'm at an x coordinate of 20, right? And so when I add it, uh, when I like put that variable in that coordinate, it's gonna shift it by 20. But we need to have it actually start off like at like 1. Like so it needs to start originate at a value of like 1, and then if I shift to the right, then it's gonna be 2, etc. So we just need to minimize the initial value of it. So that's the idea that we need to do. And so the question is, how are we going to do that? What's the relationship with, like, with what relationship, with what variable uh, do we determine that value? And I'm just gonna I'm just gonna say the icon size of the mini map, or we can just like try to subtract 32 from it. I'm not exactly sure, honestly. I'm just guessing. So let's go ahead and give that a try. We're gonna say x or O dot x minus 32. And yeah, we're purely just working on the x right now. We'll work on the y in a minute. All right, that actually worked. That I think that worked. And so we just need to do x times 4, I believe. Now this might get funky. This is probably where it might mess up, but you never know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. So we need to do the value between those two times 4. So we basically just put that right here. Ooh, still a bit funky. Seems a bit better though. But yeah, it's something like that. So x minus 16. We're just guessing now, man. Like I said, I don't like guessing because it'd be hard for me to like. It's gonna make it harder for me to make the appropriate formulas later to make the customization that I wanted. Right, so I'm gonna try to do times 4 right here. Though I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah. What if we do minus mini? See, like I'm just like totally guessing right now. I see. Instead of being minus, it needs to be a plus because everything is opposite. Like, everything's working in the opposite direction. Let's try this again. X minus 32 times 4. Well, this works. Wow, this works very well. Almost very well. If it meets me at the edge, yeah, it's not gonna meet me at the edge. Yeah, it's moving too slow. It's because we don't have this time for. All right, so that's almost like 32 pixels outside of, and that's almost the same as well. So we're roughly close. So now it's too far to the left. If I literally take this out, I think it'll be good. Oh God. So we probably need to add 32 instead of subtract, or just remove. Oh my God. This thing is weird. It's like counterintuitive. It works differently than like you would think naturally. So it, this probably needs to be minus 64. See, there it is. And like again, we're only working with the x coordinate right now. See, that's like perfectly on the edge, almost perfectly on the edge. So we have the right formula now, basically. It's minus 64 though. I don't know exactly where that variable is coming from, but we're basically gonna try to fill it in for some particular variables. And I know that's not the right one, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna need it. We need mini x right here. That don't work at all. But if I put minus 64, it should still be aligned. Yeah, okay. Um, so now we need to probably get the mini width. Let's see how that goes. I don't even know the size of the mini width. Ooh, looks like it's too big, and so we might need to divide by two. And that's actually probably the correct formula. Ooh, we need to round again. So that's about right. That is about right. I think that's generally the same as a little bit more than the original one, but I'm pretty sure that's the right variable that we needed. Let me round down and see if it gets closer. But I mean, this is a lot of trial and error, you know? Looks like the round down didn't help at all. All right, so generally speaking, that is the right uh, x. So now we have to work with the y. I'm gonna just try to use a similar formula and see if we can get something close to what we want. Oh God. So you can see off the bat that it's like way too high, and it's probably because it needs to be a minus. So it's roughly the same. So this is cool. We basically like have the gist of uh, the coordinates working, but it's off by a lot of pixels. But the thing is centered, and so now we really just have to adjust the minimap appropriately. And we have the general code. So I'm just gonna sit back for a minute and think about why is it off just a little bit of pixels. It's off by like 8 pixels on both sides. I'm not sure, but we're just gonna add 8 pixels to both sides and see how that helps. And so hopefully like that 8 pixels is like a universal thing because when we change the scalings and stuff of the minimap, it might be a totally different ballgame. So yeah, the 8 pixels is wrong on both sides. We need to make them subtract 8 pixels. Wow, okay, now this, ooh, okay, that's not good. That basically is saying that the scaling is wrong or something like that, because I need to give myself an image so we can see, but uh, yeah, something's wrong. I think the scaling might be right, yeah, it's just off. It's still off. It's off by a lot. We're gonna just we're gonna double that just for a moment and see how it goes. Right, so still a little bit off. All right, so that's basically perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. So we have the perfect formula for this now. That is perfect. It hits the edges correctly everywhere. So yeah, we have the perfect formula. All right, so we can move on. And so now that that's right, let's go ahead and try to shift the location of the mini map just to see if it throws off anything. All right. We need to hit that tile bounce again. But yeah, we definitely got thrown off a little bit again. See, because we're shifting it, those 8 pixels, and now makes it to where it above, because it wasn't doing this before, so that's not good. But let's go ahead and see what it looks like on the west side or east side. And it's probably gonna do the same thing. Yeah. But it's still aligned. So the formula works. Now we just need to make sure it adjusts correctly depending on what side it goes up on the screen. So instead of having these do plus 32, we're gonna have to make it do plus 40? No, plus 12. So it'd be 42, sorry, 44. And that would make it work. At least it should. Oh, I think it needs to be subtracting 12, so it'd be 20. Uh, wow, it looks like we might not even need these offsets, which is kind of cool, honestly. Wow, that's awesome. It fixed itself. That is really fucking cool. Like it fixed the offsets itself. I'm pretty impressed. All right, so let's test some other coordinates really fast. All right, we're gonna test the south, east, or let's do both of them. Seems about right. All right, so the location works perfectly. We can scratch that off. Yeah, that's been scratched off. So the next part is we can change the style, which would be pretty easy. So let's go ahead and just take out the easy stuff really fast. We're gonna change the style. So what styles do we want? Uh, oh, there's square and circle, square, circle, triangle. I'm just coming up with some random stuff because it's all gonna be pretty easy. Square, circle, triangle, hexagon. Um, we could even like do some weird ass type of map, or like we can do some like fading type shit if we wanted to. But I'm not gonna do that right now. That can be like a future update. But yeah, so we got square, circle, triangle, and that's gonna be pretty simple. How many sizes? I think this is a hexagon technically. It's just not even sides. We got too many blanks. And this size is 133. All right, so this is what we're using right now. And this is like the background of it. I'm not even sure if this is even needed. Let's find out. It's called blank 3. Here's the blank 3. I'm just gonna remove it and see what it looks like. Okay, it looks like it was needed. And what's weird is that this thing is showing up. And I think that's like border. I think that's called border this. But I think we can remove that part. Yeah, so the border is not needed. I'm just gonna remove uh, border 2. Yeah, it's gone. All right, so we'll add this one back. All we need is the visible area, which would be the white, and then the background. And I'm just gonna have it be in the same icon. It's gonna just be called white hex. We're gonna call this black hex. And we can actually, we're gonna make it to where you can change the color of them as well. So we're just gonna put this. Let's see if it works. Just like how it is right now. Okay, it works just fine. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to make the hex. This is the same thing, just slightly smaller, which is cool. Take that. All right, so we're gonna make this whole thing white, basically. So like we can change its color using color matrices. We're just gonna make that white, and I guess we'll keep the rest the same. We're gonna see how that goes. Actually, I'm gonna do that and get the color of this, which is 101 green, 101 blue, or 102. Okay, green and blue. So I'm gonna change this back to white. All right. We're gonna go back to image. It's weird that images don't even show up on here. That's probably a bug. But yeah, so border, say color equals RGB 0, 102, 102. And let's see if it actually looks the same as it did before. And it does. That's exactly the same. And then what if we want it to be like red? So this is 255, 0, 0. Boosh. So that's really cool. That you can basically change the color of whatever you want it to be. So we're gonna keep it like that, or we'll change it back to what it was. Now we're gonna create, we're basically gonna create different shapes now. So what I'm gonna do is, we want the size to be 133, and I'm not really good doing art and editing type of stuff, but we're gonna try to create a triangle. Let's hope that works. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just delete this side because it'll turn out basically equal both sides, like that. But what I don't like is that it's actually gonna be smaller than what I want, so I'm gonna do all that. We're gonna do the same thing, except drag it down a bit more to like right here. But that's not a neat. Let's try that. So I'm gonna delete this side. All right. I mean, this is like an ugly triangle, but this is just for demo, man. If people want a better triangle, they can make their own. Actually, that actually turned out pretty good. So there's that triangle. Now the harder part would be to make a bigger one. All right, so we're gonna call this white tri for triangle. And what I'm gonna do is going to make this a different color. And I'm just gonna put this one over it. Oh, that would be pretty neat if we had that behind it, but that would take up too much room. So now what we're gonna do is, what we could do, we can just shift it. We can shift it like up, left. Wait, we can do some shifting. And that'd be like the easiest way to do it. So let me go ahead and start this over. All right, so up, over. I'm not sure if that over worked or not. I think it did. Let me undo that again. All right, up, over, copy. What I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it safe, and I'm gonna just do one per thing, because like I said, I'm not really an artist, so I don't know how it's gonna actually turn out. Put that like that. So that's one over. Take it back to where it was. I'm gonna put it up. That's gonna be up right there. And then we're gonna shift it back down and over one. Then we gotta shift it down. We'll shift it back, go up and down one. Now that should be a good background. Just to test it, I'm gonna shift to that color. We're gonna get the original. We're gonna copy it. And definitely not where we want it to be, but I just, oh God. Okay, there it is. That's perfect. Now we have the triangle background. We're gonna make it white. We're gonna call it black tri. We're gonna delete this one. So now we're gonna go back over and just test it out and see how it looks. Can we go white, tri, black, tri. Okay, it works, but it's a little bit off. Yeah, it's definitely a lot off. So let me go back to link. So I'm gonna copy this, put it in here. Oh, it doesn't work because, yeah, so we need to shift it over to the right once. And that's good. And it looks like we need to put some pixels up here. That's it. And so now we just make it white. And try it out. All right, there it is. We got it as a triangle mini map. The next one is a circle. And we basically already have a circle over here. It's a little bit smaller, but yeah, we'll just copy and paste those. They're a lot smaller, actually. They're hella small. So yeah, we're gonna make bigger ones. All right, so we want one that's like not on the edge. So we need to get rid of the triangle. I'm trying to center it. Uh, doesn't look like I've made a perfect circle. If you do shift, doesn't it make it a perfect circle? Dang it. I'm not sure if there is an actual button to help you make a perfect circle. Okay, I messed up. It's not control because that changes your color. Not shift because I think shift just makes it where it's the no alt. I don't think there's a button to make it perfect circles. Oh shit, something just happened. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not cool. We do have GIMP open, so we can try to make uh one in GIMP. Let's make the background transparent. And I did the wrong size. 133, transparent. All right. So I guess we make the big one first because I think making the bigger one a lot easier, and then we'll just we'll create a layer. And we want to be, doesn't matter the background, honestly. Doesn't matter what color it is. All right, and then I'm gonna fill in it with white. And then we'll just select all and get rid of the black. And then we can just export this. And we're gonna call it mini circle. Actually, it's this big circle, but say circle background because that's the bigger circle. All right. And so let's go ahead and upload that over here to see if it like fits correctly. Circle background. There it is. Fits perfectly. Perfect. Okay, so now what we can do, let's try a little trick so I don't have to try to uh so I don't have to try to make a smaller version of it, though it probably wouldn't be that hard. Let's just try to scale it down using beyond and see if that is effective. So we want to scale it down like a few pixels. So I'm gonna make a new icon uh, file, and I'm just call it test. And then we're gonna make the size of it like 28. And we're gonna import that same image into it. And it will give us a smaller copy of it. And we're gonna see how actually um, how big it is. Okay, so we import this. This is the smaller version. Oh my God. Yeah, that didn't work out. That didn't work how I thought it would be. I thought it would be like the size of the icon. So yeah, that didn't work. That was a good try though. Always trial and error. So this is gonna be easy as well. We're just gonna scale it down. Uh, that's 28. I think it's good, and it's centered and everything. So we're just gonna export it as let's call it circle crop or viz. Someone just say something. I don't know where someone just said something. Yeah, whatever. So it's been exported. We go back to blank to, we're gonna import circle crop or visible. Is right here. It's already centered. It looks like it's a couple pixels too small, but we'll see. Black is, or white. Actually needs to be white, sir. And then we're gonna test it out. There's a circle, and that actually is pretty good, dude. That's a good background. I'm gonna keep it. So there it is. There's our circle. So now we have a triangle, a circle, our semi-hexagon. Next is square, which would be hella easy. But I'm gonna create it in GIMP because GIMP was pretty easy. So I'm just gonna delete this. Uh, and we can literally just use that outline right there. I think it's good enough. So we're just gonna fill, export, uh, square is. All right, and then we'll just import it. So yeah, this is just a bunch of iconing type stuff. It's perfectly centered, just about. Yeah, it's good enough. I mean, it's not perfectly, but it's good enough. We're gonna call it. This is the visible part, so we're gonna call it white square. And now we need to come up with the background. It's also gonna be pretty easy. All we do is just fill in. Select all. Select the background. There it is. Export as square. I'm gonna say BG this time. Oh, it needs to be dot. My bad. Oh, we're going to import square BG is right there. We're going to call it black square. And then we're going to go over here, white square, black square. Now we're going to test it. And there it is. So boom. That part has been done, so we can scratch out this part. And that's 2 backslashes is how I scratch out things. So we got 2 features done. Now we have 3 more features to go. And these features are actually going to be the harder features. But what we're going to work on first is a click and move. I'm going to just put that up here. So basically, I wanted to, like, if I click right here, it's going to move me that direction. So that's going to be kind of difficult to do. I have an idea of how I'm going to do it, but I'm not sure exactly if it's going to work right. So basically, uh, to basically create like a algorithm, like mentally, or we can just type it out. We need to start off right here, right? And basically this would be like 0, 0, like a coordinate for us in our algorithm. And then say I click right here, right? And it basically would have a 0x, right? And then a y plus how many pixels. And we actually have to correlate that into real time because basically it'd be stupid to try to create a relationship within this object itself. So I literally had to basically calculate how many pixels like did you click from this location, right? And then correlate those pixels into tiles, right? And then it'd be like, okay, well then you targeted this tile and then it's gonna move in. So that's the hardest part, just coming up with the formula that will correlate the distance from where you clicked from the center point and then correlate that into the actual end game. So like the hardest part of this whole ordeal is just getting the clicking right. I can click this map and then it can know what pixel I clicked of this icon, then the rest will work. But that might be the most difficult part. And so starting off, what I'm gonna do is I'm just try to display some information about what I'm clicking, right? And if I can get the pixel of it, because I've never really tried to do that. So first, we're gonna look up some mouse stuff, just mouse functions. Let's look up click. Let's look up click. Okay, icon offsets. So we're gonna click over here. This is it. This is it right here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the map that you click, which is this. No, that's the master plan. This is what you click, the world map. And so I'm gonna just say click, and we're gonna define the parameters, which is like the location, the control, which is basically like what skin it's in, what interface is in, parameters. And what we're trying to find is actually in the parameters. I'm gonna say var, I'm just call it p. It's gonna be a list, I believe. So p equals params to list, I believe is the right function name. Let's verify. Params to list, yeah, that's the exact right one. Now we're gonna loop through that for, I'm just call it v np, and I think it's supposed to say icon, blah, blah, blah. I'm not exactly sure. Wait, let's just see what the output is. For, and then we're gonna say V, and then per PV. And that's gonna tell us like all the parameters that show up. No, okay, it's not clicking. And the main reason is because of this mask opacity, most likely. There it is. There it is. There it is. These are the values that we want. So this right here should be like 0. Ooh, okay, let me go up a little bit. This right here should be like 0. Icon 26.7. Let's get more. Ooh. Okay, so it works. So instead of looping through this thing, I'm going to see if it just can tell me the values that I want. Called icon X and icon Y. We're just going to say P that, and we're going to say comma. And I don't know if that's going to work. Oh, it did. Okay, so let's make this one. All right, so yeah, that didn't work. But if we put parentheses around them, it might work. Yeah, okay, it's working. All right, so now we need to make the formula that basically finds out where the center point is. And this is going to be kind of difficult. Because we basically need to know how big the mini map is. So the mini map is going to be like this huge or whatever, right? And then we need to calculate like from here to right here. And then we need to subtract that. We need to subtract that distance so that this will be a 0, 0 coordinate, or give us like a 0, 0 value. So the first thing is, what value is this? Oh, this is so confusing. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of the visibility aspect of it. We can like have more to look at. I hope it doesn't show up. Okay, it does. Get rid of this as well. And get rid of this as well. All right, so this is what the mini map looks like when it's not being cropped. I'm gonna try to get to like a place where we can get a better view of it. You see how it shifts depending on how you move? All right, so here we get a better view of it. All right, so what we need to do is calculate the size of this thing most likely. But I'm trying to think of the right formula. If we got the size of this thing, let's say it's 300 pixels, and we got the location of this guy, and we have to multiply this by the amount of pixels. Okay, this is not going to be an easy task because this right here, its location is based upon this square that's going to be here, which is the master plane. Yeah, see, it's it's added to the master plan, I believe. I think the figure thing has its own, yeah, it has its own location. This is going to be really difficult. I'm kind of stuck. I don't know where to begin. Like, I have a beginning, but I don't know the proper variables that I need to get the right number that I need. So let's just jot down some numbers. We have or some variables. All right, so we have the minimap height and minimap width. This is the size of the display of the minimap, of not the minimap itself, right? But I'm just gonna put minimap size X, minimap size Y, because we can get those values. Now, I'm gonna add the cropping effect really fast to it. All right, there's the cropping. So I mean, if anything, we're just gonna do a whole bunch of trial and error and just come up with a formula from trial and error, which can work. It'll just take a bit of time, but I want to feel smart, and I don't want to just do a bunch of trial and error because then I won't feel that smart if I just came up with a formula. All right, so this distance, this position is set, right? So we basically, like, remember when we first started off, it was right here, like the center point was right here. We basically need to find out what this point is, because that's like the center point of this one. And then, yeah, so if we find out what this point is, it would be the exact center of this, like there'd be like equivalent. And then so whenever I click right here, it can like easily find it. So I don't think it'll be yeah, okay, that's smart. That's smart. And instead of having it trying to relate to my personal position, it'll just relate to a position on the map and find it from there. So that's actually removes a step when it comes to, the system that we're trying to code, the algorithm or whatever. Um, so let's find this position right here and create, like, just say, okay, this is the position, and we're gonna have it show in the real map. And then after we do that, then we can easily find the new position. Hopefully. All right, so let's output this particular coordinate. So it says like 41, 124. That's what it is. And so we can have that be, hold on, I'm gonna remove the density on like my mob player so I can like move around everywhere because that it's kind of getting annoying. So I'm gonna go to the far corner and see what it says. It still won't let me go through. I'm gonna just change it at login. Oh, it's because in login I didn't see set to 1. All right. That's the position. But if I click right here, it should say like 1, 1 or something. 110. Let me move this out the way. Wish I could zoom in. I'm trying to get like a 1, 1, but it's giving me 1, 4. Whatever. So that's good. That's cool enough. So it seems like 4, 4 is like the corner of it. All right. So basically, I can have it to where when you click one of these coordinates, it will relate to in-game. So let's go ahead and try to do that real fast. Because this actually is much easier than I thought it would be. I was thinking way too complicated. Let's create some variables. We're gonna again go with pixel x, pixel y, and that's gonna just be right here. And I'm not sure if they actually are uh, numerical values or if they're text, but we're gonna find out in a moment. Let me just check real quick. Is num yes is num else or not num? All right, so let's see. All right, so they're not numbers, so we can easily just say uh, text to num, I believe is the right function. That should work. Run it. Okay, so it's now numbers. And so now we're going to actually create location. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create like a little indicator that shows up whenever you click. It's going to show up temporarily. It just doesn't matter what color I make it. We're going to do something like this, like an X or something. All right, cool. All right, I'll just make that real quick. All right, and then we'll find the turf that it relates to. Locate px, and we're gonna use round. Px uh, divided by 4, comma, we're gonna round it. Uy, comma, 1. And we say t dot overlays plus equals object and there. And we're just gonna sleep like 3 seconds and we're gonna remove it. Compile. That was a little error. Oh, that's not. All right, run it. All right, so let's see. Should be right in front of me. Oh God. Oh God. Is that working? Wow. That was easy. It might be like slightly off, but boom, that's it. And so that was really easy. So now I can say walk to user to T, and then whenever you click it, you're just gonna walk to that place. That was way easier than I thought it would be. So if I click up here, wow, fucking done, like straight up. So that's freaking awesome. So we already basically got that done. That was like faster than everything else. Oh my God. And so click and move has been completed. So now we have the zooming feature and highlight area. Highlight area, I don't know. I don't have the slightest idea how that's going to work. But the zooming, I have an idea and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the hardest feature that we do today. But this is going extremely well. Like we're getting this done extremely fast. So, well, not extremely fast, but faster than I thought it would be. I thought this would be like almost an all day thing because, uh, there's just certain things that I saw that would have been kind of difficult, but we're moving through this like butter. So, um, let me go ahead and add the border back because it doesn't look that good without the border. And then we're gonna run it. Get rid of some of these. Oh my God. This is just wonderful. Let me go over here. But yeah, that's beautiful. And then we can have it to where like displays. But yeah, this is gonna be the best, like one of the best mini maps ever done on Beyond. All right, so zooming features. This is gonna be really hard. This is gonna be the hardest thing. It might take me all day to do this, but hopefully not. So let's go ahead and just get ready. We're gonna basically come up with some more uh, brainstorming on how we're gonna do this. Quickly review. So we want to be able to zoom in and zoom out of it. Um, And the easiest way to do this would be to use transforming, making the minimap smaller, making it bigger. But doing that could actually make it like look ugly, less detailed. But what we could do is just make it to where uh, it actually is big and we shrink it. And if we do that, it actually might look similar to this. So, and then when you zoom in, it kind of goes back to the regular style, and so it actually looks more detailed when you zoom in. So that probably be the best way to do it. But before we try to do that, I want to see how it looks like or how it acts when we transform it, just to see, what we'll be up against. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just put it right here. I'm gonna say transform equals matrix divided by 2. And so we're gonna see like what it looks like. And then we're gonna multiply it times 2. And I just did it times 2 and it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. So let's try times 2. Because if we actually have to use icons, oh, okay, times 2 definitely worked. You can see it's a lot more blurry. It's a lot less accurate. But times 2 definitely worked. So let's do times 0.5 and see if that actually makes it smaller. And it did make it tiny. All right. So, and it actually does look detailed. Like it's smaller, but it's like the same amount of detail. So we're gonna basically keep it uh, transformed, but now we're gonna make it represent uh, higher quality, and then we're gonna divide it and make it smaller. And then when you want to zoom in, it's actually going to get more details. So we're basically going to have it start out very detailed, and then the default is going to be like, you know, kind of how it was initially. And then when you zoom in, it gets more detail. And so that actually will be kind of impressive. And it actually won't be that hard to implement. So this is the normal. And now we're going to make it to where the normal is going to be bigger. And then we're going to make it smaller to make it seem like how it was before. So here's the code that actually makes the icon smaller. And what I want to do is make the pixels be like 16, like a size of 16. And then we're gonna make it smaller. So by default, they're gonna be a size 32. And so we're gonna divide that size by 2, and it's gonna be 16. And then this right here would be, I think, times 2. I'm not exactly sure, but let's see. Oh God. This is funny. That's kind of weird. What's also weird is that it's still freaking accurate. I wasn't expecting it to still be accurate, so uh, we're probably gonna have to recode the scaling, which I don't want to do because it's a little bit complicated, but I think we have to. So I'm gonna keep everything back to where it was, and then I'm going to basically copy it. I'm gonna copy all of it really, and then we're gonna just comment it out so if we mess up, we can come back, fix it. All right. So now this is the one that we're gonna mess with. And so right now we're trying to make it to where the mini map, you can zoom in on it and you can zoom out. That's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna try to make it to where you can use your mouse wheel. If you use your mouse wheel on the mini map, it'll zoom in on it and then zoom out. That's the goal. And this is my little to-do list. And we basically got all these done this morning. And now we just got these two things. So again, my goal right now is to make a big mini map that's very, very detailed. And when you start off, it's actually just gonna be this mini map, but it's gonna be reduced in size. It's gonna be scaled down. So I want it to be 16 by 16 blocks, and then because that's like detail. I don't want to be 32 by 32 because that's basically the freaking map. I think 16 by 16. So the default size, oh, okay, the default size of the world. Okay, I see what's going on. So yeah, this needs to be 16. So basically, let me explain what's going on here. Uh, these numbers represent how big the world is, right? And this is the icon that we're going to be stuffing in the turfs into for the minimap, right? And so since each object or each pixel in the minimap is going to be a 16 by 16, we need to make the size of the icon be size of the world times 16 by 16. So that should make sense now. This right here basically is finding the size of the icon and dividing it by 8. But we want to divide by 2 because usually the icons will be 32 by 32. If we divide it by 2, it's going to be scaled to 16 pixels. Uh, Give me one moment. I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, I apologize about that, guys. I had some people come at my door. Very, very sorry about that. But let's get back to where we're at. So we're basically over here saying we're gonna divide the icon by 2, which is gonna make it scale at 16. Um, Now, what does this do? Let's just look at it really fast. Basically, it's saying 1. Okay, saying at the scale, because some of the icons, okay, that's just like a double check. I'm not gonna worry about that right now because I don't think it matters too much. Um, but that looks like how it's supposed to be. This part right here we need to think about. So if the icons are 16 by 16, we need to do that times 16, I believe. So it's positions, every 16 pixels or whatever. Hold up, I think I most did 2 of these. I don't think I need this one. Yeah, okay, so let's see how this looks like. And hopefully we should get like a big map that has detail. Ooh, that is not what we wanted. So yeah, I definitely messed up somewhere. So I think what we messed up is the positioning of where we're gonna blend these things. The position of it times 16. I'm gonna just do times 1 for right now and see how that looks like. But uh, yeah, there's definitely something not going on, right going on. My God, we're getting some weird effects here. We're gonna scale the size times 16. The icon size divided by 2, which is basically going to be 16. I'm gonna just get rid of this for right now, and I'm gonna have it. Oh, I know what's happening. Or at least I thought I knew. I thought it was loading the O map, but it's not. It's not even loading it because by default I have it to where it bypasses it. But just to make sure, I'm gonna get rid of the load map. Yeah, that was the problem. Is that it was loading the O map. Oh my God. And yeah, this is 16 by 16. And then we're gonna hit sleep. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, we're running into some big problems right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of the cropping stuff again, so we can see how big the mini map is and like get a full I can't even say it, a full view of the mini map. Right now I'm lagging, which is not good. I'm gonna take this part out because I don't care about the objects. Still loading. Yeah, this is turning ugly. This happens. This definitely happens. I just don't know why it's like taking so much to render when I have a sleep proc. It should like sleep every. I'm gonna put a second. If a second doesn't work for it, then there's some problems. Yeah, okay, a second did work. Okay, so it looks like 16 might be too big. I don't know exactly which part it doesn't like. I'm gonna get rid of this part and just make it back to what it was, which was like times 4 or something. But yeah, this is not good. Now it's not even working. You know, it'd be cool I felt like if I made it to where it was like the exact map in one image and then scaled it down, that'd be like stupid. But I think it'd be really cool. I'm gonna try that. I'm just gonna be dumb. I'm gonna make it like the full size of the freaking icons, bro. This is gonna be retarded. I think this needs to be blank. It's not no longer blank. It needs to be blank square, I think. Square, white, square. I think that probably was a problem. I think it's working. Oh my God. All right, so I don't think it should be displaying on your screen while it's doing that. Uh, so I'm gonna remove it to where it shows up like on the map instead of you. And get rid of this part of. But yeah, this is pretty nasty. I'm gonna wait for it to finish, like, but it's too spaced out, so it's not scaling correctly. Oh, because I still have it divided by two. That's a problem. Like we're literally recreating the entire map. That's what's going on. I don't even need the scaling thing. I don't even need that, like, straight up. So that's kind of cool. It makes it more efficient. I don't have to call these functions. This is pretty insane, I must say. I'm being pretty ridiculous right now. I'm basically recreating the whole map, and it's this. Oh my god, this thing is probably gonna freaking lag. Who knows what problems we're gonna run into? But I like to try out things. Um, yeah, this is pretty crazy. So I'm gonna let that render. Or actually, I need to restart it because I don't want it to move with me. Here, I'm gonna just say F. There is no location for it. We're gonna make its location our location, and then after that, it won't move anymore. Oh God, what the heck just happened? I'm just gonna exit out of that. All right. It'd be cool if this actually does work like flawlessly, because then like the zooming feature is gonna make this minimap code just amazing. Like you'll be able to zoom in as like you can zoom in more than like a freaking like you can in like real game, dude. Like I want to know what color that pixel is. Let me zoom. Uh, but I'm gonna let that just render, and we're gonna see how it looks. But yeah, once we have this part done, the hardest part would be to make the shifting. I would make the formula work according to how zoomed they are, and so like to make it align perfectly for each type of zoom they're in, that's going to be like the difficult part of it, besides this part. But that's the next difficult part, is creating the right formulas for specific types of zooms. And then after that, we'll just can make the highlighting of certain areas of the map, which is not going to be that hard because we already came up with like we already know how the map works when it comes to like the areas. And the main reason I want to add the highlighting stuff is because I'm gonna need that for my RTS game that I've been working on. I'm hoping this thing works though, because it looks like it's just frozen. It's gonna be like icon is too big. Please refrain from recreating the whole map. That is so retarded. Recreated. I'm creating the whole map as one icon, the exact same size. Like, there's no way that that's not going to cause any problems. Uh, but I'm hoping if I like scale it down, it won't be too bad, and that the fact that it's getting cropped, I'm hoping that those type of things will create leverage for this to work. But so far, what we've been working with is pretty like this particular section is pretty difficult. But while we wait for that to render, let's see. So for those of you who aren't used to watching me stream, I've also been working with something called Watch Me Work, and it's basically a website where you can get together with other people who professionals, and watch them work on certain things. And I'm streaming on their service. I'm also streaming on YouTube as well and Twitch all at one time. And if you want to do that, you can just go to restream.com, and they basically can output your stream to various networks or platforms. Okay, so this is my Watch and Work stream. Let's check out YouTube. I don't usually get YouTube streams viewers because I haven't really been active or working on YouTube. Like the only reason why I have a YouTube stream is because Watch Me Work uses it. So I like kind of just started using YouTube stream. Is this thing done loading? No, it's not. I'm hoping it works, but chances are it is not going to work. So it was a good effort. Yeah, it was a good effort, but it's not gonna work, dude. This is very, very sad. So since 32 by 32 size is not gonna work, we can try to go back to 16 by 16. I'm gonna still keep that up because I just want to see how long it takes and stuff like that. I dot scale. Right, and so we'll do this 16 by 16. Basically, right now we're just trying to find out what's the highest scale that we can put this thing. All right, so 16 by 16 is at least working. It's rendering. I'm not sure. Ooh, okay, so like as I try to like look more into it, it like disappears. That's one of like the beyond glitches though. So that kind of blows. But let's go ahead and try to see. We can get the map going again because I thought the mini map was making it lag, but apparently that wasn't the case. But yeah, this is gonna be like a lot of trial and error stuff, so bear with me. And now we can actually, ooh, oh God. Hopefully this one can finish rendering, but this is not looking good either. So what Terror 13 recommended to me was chopping up the mini map into like 4 pieces, maybe 6 pieces. And depending on like which area you're in, uh, it will show particular pieces, which probably is a good idea, but I don't feel like I don't want to work with that right now because it seems a bit complicated. But it looks like this one froze as well. I might need to host this on Dream Demand. We do times tick lag world dot tick lag. Yeah, I'm gonna host it on Dream Demand because this freezing is like I'm not sure if it's gonna ever like stop freezing. All right. Oh shit. Looks like it got further than last time. Maybe. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, okay, I think it's gonna work this time. I just hope it doesn't like make it all water, because that would be retarded. But whenever it's done, uh, yeah, it looks like, oh my God. Whenever it's done, I'm gonna have it to where it loads. Next round, I'm gonna have it to where it loads. Oh shoot. And then we're gonna play around with the loading one. But there are random spots on it. It looks like there's random spots. It keeps crashing. So I'm probably gonna save that idea that Terry was talking about, separating in different chunks, like in a future update. But I do not want to work on that right now. But this is not looking too good because all those different chunks are gonna look really bad. Watch it crash on me again. I think it's probably done now. Oh, wait, what? Looks like it's still rendering. Trinity, chill out. All right, so it's done rendering. At least I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it's done rendering. That means that it's saved. What I'm gonna do now is make it where it loads. And we're gonna just scale it down and just see what it looks like. And we're gonna divide it by 16. I think, no, divide it by 4. It doesn't look like it's saved in. There it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the rendering is done. So now we're gonna reboot. Actually, I'm gonna just run it on different one. Oh shit, it loaded. And I scaled it down, but it doesn't look like that work. We need to do uh, times 0.25. Doesn't look like that did anything. Let's try it again. All right, so it's something's something weird is going on. But if I take that out and see what happens. What if I do it in half? Let's try 50. Nothing. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, I see. It's just like so far. So that's not that good, but it's good to see like what I'm should expecting once we get this thing working correctly. So, so what I have to do now is we have to find the basically the most optimized, highest detailed format for the mini map to be divided by 32 divided by 3 is, hold on, I'm trying to get 8 out of it, so let me get a calculator. All right, so yeah, so I think that's what we want, divided by 4. All right, so we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try to render it again, but this time scaling at 8 pixels, 8 by 8. I think I'm gonna take that. It's scaling again. This part. All right. Wow. I think that just loaded up. I think that's a load. That's not actually. Yes, we need to put this before the load, honestly, because let's try it again. Yeah. So this is rendering much better. But there's little uh gaps. I don't know what's causing these gaps. I think it might be this right here. I'm gonna get rid of this part. See if those gaps are still being created. Yep, there's still gaps. I need to find out what's causing those gaps though. I'm gonna remove this whole thing right here and just see if those gaps still are get created. If so, then it's probably like the mapping itself. But those gaps weren't created when the scaling was smaller. Yeah, I don't see any gaps now. Oh, there it is. No. All right, we're gonna let this go through, and then we're gonna play around with it. I'm gonna try a different way to render this though. So I think it should be like 1 times world tick lag minus 1. How that goes. So the first one probably doesn't matter. Holy smokes! It rendered that so fucking fast. Yeah, that works. That looks dope. All right, so 8 by 8 renders really fast. We're gonna see how it looks like, and then I'm gonna try to buff it back up to 16, just because higher quality is better. We're gonna take this part out. I'm gonna just comment it out. And we're gonna scale it down in a minute, but I wanna see what it looks like as it is. See, that's detail. That is nice. That is nice. All right, so we're gonna scale it down, and I basically I want to see how it looks like in the map itself too, like to see if there's like pixelation. Here's the scale down, And it does seem like it looks worse when it's scaled down. Let me put the actual cropping stuff back in, and we'll find out if like it looks as good as it did before. It doesn't look like it does though. It does look like there's a little bit less quality, but I think it's manageable. Like, I think it's worth it. To be able to zoom in, I think it's worth it. All right, so that actually works decent. So 8x8 so far is the most qualified, highest quality pixel for the mini map. We're going to go back to 16 and hope that uh, we can get it to work better than it has. But yeah, that map loaded instantly, dude. So I believe that's all the right settings that we need for the 16 by 16 pixels. Technically, it's not called a pixel, but per tile. And we need to get rid of this stuff again. And now we need to have it render automatically instead of loading the old map. Yes, it should automatically bypass. There it is. So it already created the map. Uh, there it is. That's the 16 by 16. And it looks pretty decent. Why is it loading so fast? That is weird. Let me try 16. I mean 32 by 32. Because when we did 32 by 32, that was pretty bad. So that's weird. I don't know exactly what I was doing wrong. But it's loading really fast now. All right, so the 32 by 32 is done. Holy crap. The problem is we don't see it because it's so big. So now we're just gonna have it automatically show up. And we're going to implement these two things so we can try to see it. There it is. Oh God. It's so big to where like I can't even like go look at it. It disappears whenever I get too far. But I'm pretty sure it worked and it loaded it pretty freaking fast. So let's add it back to uh, our screen and see if it shows up. It's weird that it's not showing up though, because it should. So maybe it's too big to show up. I don't know. It should be showing up on the screen, but it's not. It's probably because of this value right there. So now it definitely should show up. Yeah, that works. All right, so we now have the 32 by 32 uh, map, which is awesome. So what's crazy is that when we scale it down, it gets shifted up. So let's do that, and let's try just 9, just to watch it shift up. So this is about to get complicated, but we've made a lot of progress. Yeah, so you can see that it shifted up a lot when we scaled in, which is weird. So what we're gonna do is the percentage that we shifted, uh, we basically need to we need to translate uh, it, basically. So I'm gonna create a variable. I'm gonna call it scale, and I'm gonna say, oh, we need a scale and we need a size. I don't know. We need like two. I don't know. This is kind of confusing, but let me get a second. Yeah, so we're gonna have a scale x. LS equals 1. All right, so we're gonna have one called zoom, and the zoom is gonna be like how much in or out you're gonna be. So 0.5 basically means it's gonna be zooming out by half. Uh, and we're gonna subtract 1 from that amount. I think that's what we need to do, or divide. Let me think. Actually, this needs to be plus, I believe. Yeah, plus. And then this right here would be times zoom. And then we can put the scale, we can multiply the whole thing by the scale. Let's see if that's correct. I think it's good enough, a good start. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it works. All right. We're gonna reboot. And unfortunately, there's like no minimap inside. Like nowhere inside. So that scale was too much. So let's try like just one and see like where it's going and how we need to adjust it. Okay. So now there needs to be, we need to round it. This is round. Yeah, this is, looks like it's being done wrong. Let me take this out. That right here. This out. And then we're gonna take this out. Put it back over here. From here. Remove this. All right, so it doesn't look like I got that formula correctly on it. It's not even close. So let's undo everything that we did, and we have to like take baby steps. All right, so basically when we zoom in on the large map, on the really big one, it shifts it over to northeast, right? And so we need to create a formula that will like scale it downward depending on the zoom. And so that's what we're trying to do. Uh, so question is, what do we need to multiply times the zoom, or something related to the zoom, to have it shift appropriately? And my original thoughts was we can shift the entire position of the map, because actually I think we should just do the mini height and width. So let's try that. So let's keep everything the same, and we're going to try minus mini width. This is going to be round. We're going to round it. We're going to times scale. I'm going to do the same thing right here. This is going to be mini height. And just so it's not like outrageous, we're going to lower the scale. All right. Um, that's pretty cool. Looks like that wasn't too bad. So let's put this to 5 now. Now we made it half the size, but now you see how it's not showing up because it's like in the far left. So uh, that's like really out there. And I don't know how much the scaling actually shifts it out there. Like I don't know the formula for that. I have no idea. Because basically we're making it smaller by half. And when it does that, it shifts it to like the corner. I think like logically you would hope it would like shift to the left downwardly, but it's shifting it this way by a lot. And I don't know like the formula for that, but let's try to paint it out and see if we can try to come up with some ideas. So let's just say this is like the mini map, and then we scale it down, and it becomes like this. So I scaled it down 50, and so it basically became like this square, and it shifted this way. So that shift might be this distance, which I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that distance, but yeah, that shift might be this distance right here. So maybe I don't know, it seems like the thing's already doing that though. So I'm gonna add 2. I'm gonna just add 2 right here and see what happens. Looks like we got a subscriber. Thank you for subscribing. All right. So it is definitely much closer now. It's definitely much closer. That's the mini map. But also, is that scaled down? Yeah, that is scaled down. So that's a 16 by 16 map. Like each tile is 16 by 16. So I'm gonna do 4. I'm just gonna do 4 because it sounds about right. Peja, welcome, welcome. All right, so see, that's nice. This is awesome. So we're basically making it to where the mini-map will show up and you can zoom in or out of it. And so right now I'm trying to create the right formula that will have it positioned correctly depending on the amount you're zoomed in. And basically I just made it to where the mini-map will be as detailed as it can. So I'm having the whole mini map be the exact size of the freaking world. Uh, and that whole world is going to be on one icon. And so when you zoom in, it's going to be like exact details. And when you zoom out, it basically shrinks the whole map. So right now I'm trying to make it to where uh, when you shrink it, it's in the right position. And that's the problem that I'm having is that uh, when it shrinks, it shifts a great distance to the northeast. And I don't know the formula for how the distance of its shift. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now. Um, but yeah, so this is like the whole map in 16 by 16 tiles. And it's so freaking detailed. Yeah, it requires some math. So like this right here, this big square is like the size of the mini map, right? And then I'm shrinking it down, say like by 50%. And when I shift it down 50%, it shifts up by a lot to where it's not even on my screen. Like it's just like way over here. And I don't know, like I'm trying to figure out how to calculate the distance depending on how much it shrinks because I'm having it to where you can like basically set the zoom on it. Um, okay. All right. So we'll try that. We'll try that. So we need to get the size of the icon, then the minimap icon. So what we're gonna do is, hey, thank you for that. Yeah, that was awesome. So we're gonna say equals new. Uh, actually, it's already an icon. So let me go ahead and get this. We're gonna say con x equals world width and this is going to be height. So we can multiply this times the zoom. 2, 1. And then we can just add it to the end or subtract it, whatever, which one works. But all right, so let's see how this goes. All right. Ooh, looks like it's nowhere to be found. Let's try adding those values. Okay, so it looks like it's not working at all. So let me reduce the scaling of it to like 9, and it should be closer to us. And I wanna know what the actual size of the icon is. We're gonna reboot. The size of the icon is 3,000 pixels, which is ridiculous. Um, and so I also want to know, damn, I also want to know the screen location of it. I'm just gonna put this over here, break the line, and give me this information. But yeah, I think I might need to divide it by 2 or something because that is a lot. We needed to do some rounding as well. Round. All right, so I'm gonna do divide by 2 as well. So I basically like have to move around to find where it's at because it will show up on my screen. It's not like too far. But yeah, I think using the icon size is too much. Maybe I need to take out this scaling. I'll just take out the scaling and see how that works. Because that could be the problem as well. Nope, I don't see it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just have it like show up. Uh, yeah, that's not gonna work. We're just gonna have a look at it really fast, even though it's gonna disappear like after I take like 2 steps. So this isn't, but yeah, it's gonna disappear as soon as I get close to it. Yeah. I think we are in the right direction over here, but instead of doing it times the scale, let's just do it times the zoom. Maybe get rid of this. Actually, I think it's zoom minus 1, or 1 minus zoom is what it needs to be. See, there it is. It's like over there to the right. So it needs to be shifted more to the left. So it's over there. Uh, one. I'm confused. If the mini-map shifts to the left, yeah, that means it should show up. So the bigger the multiplication of it, the further to the left and down it'll go. I'm just gonna make this 2 and see how it goes. See, it's not even showing up now. What if I did zoom minus 1? Let's just try that. Let's see how this works. This is literally, I'm just like literally messing around, just trying to find out scale. So to make the scale to a corner, you just do icon size divided by 2 times scale. Well, that's what I was doing earlier. Divide by 2 times scale, which is the zoom. Yeah, it's nowhere to be found. Or let me put minus. That might help. I've just noticed, oh my God, is this the mini-map? I think this is the mini-map. Because you can see that it's pixelated. That is the mini-map. That is not the real map. Oh my God. All right, so let me change this to 5 now. There it is. Okay, so it is definitely working better now. He's gone. Your put's not here anymore. He was like, dude, this is making me cry. But yeah, so that's cool that it's now trying to work a bit better. But let me take out this I'm gonna take out this minus. Or sorry, this divide by two and see how it looks. We blow up the club, we get in the shouties. So this is actually this is the mini map. So right now the walking scales with 4 pixels, and so 32 times 0.25, 8. So we need to do 0.12. I'm not sure. 32 times 0.12. 0.3. 32 times 0.13. So I need to get the right value for uh, 4 pixels. So what times 32 equals 4? So that'd be 4 divided by 32, 1.25. That'd be 1.25. And now we're going to see how it looks. All right, so now it's not showing up at all. Yeah, you didn't say it earlier. Uh, it was like really small and it worked perfectly. It worked very, very perfectly. But now I'm adding a zoom feature, and to make a quality zoom feature for it, I need to make the map 32 by 32, or like I'm trying to make it to where each tile, like each pixel or represented on the mini map is like a tile size, so 32 by 32, and I'm gonna shrink it down so where like when you use the zooming, it you can see a lot of quality in the zoom. But that's what I'm adding right now to it. But everything else works good because if you look, like I got everything done, and now I'm just working on the zooming feature and a highlight area, and this would be a lot easier than this. So this is like literally the last big feature that I'm adding to it, but it's basically already done. I'm just adding this zooming feature because I think it would be neat, but it's not really necessary. But I just like doing things that like I haven't done before. But yeah, so I'm trying to make it 32 by 32 and scale it down because when you zoom in, I don't want it to be pixelated. So maybe I'll take out the rounding up and make it rounding down. So it doesn't look like that formula is working, or at least working with because now it's too far. Oh, I need to divide by two. This wouldn't. Yeah, so let's do divide by two. I know, but I want to create this map. Give me a break, man. Because like I'm trying to make the mini map really customizable, like cause where you can like set how zoomed you want your mini map to be for your players, or you can give players the option to zoom in and zoom out. Like I'm trying to make this mini map like very versatile. That's like my goal. Because in some games it's probably not good to have it close up. In some games it will be, because you can see like, oh, there's a treasure chest right there or something. I'm gonna put this right here instead. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't do anything, but you never know sometimes. But yeah, if you saw it before I started messing with the zoom, it was like golden. And I said before, I was like, this is gonna be messy. It's gonna be really tough to do, but we're gonna see what we can do. I mean, I could just work on it some other time. Let me see if I go over this way. See if it's showing up. Nope. I mean, yeah, I could start working on it some other time. Maybe this is too small. Let me just make it back to 5. The formula is not right, so we're just gonna mess with something else. Okay, this is 5. Let's try. We're gonna try to scale it down more. Now let's try 3.5. It's not even showing up. Can it go lower than 0.5? I'm gonna try 4. See, that's probably the problem then, is that uh, it's too far away from like your view or something. Here it is. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna scratch this because I'm kind of boring people, and we're just gonna move on to the area highlight, and I'm gonna put like a, I don't know, that means we're gonna get to it later. So unfortunately, uh, that didn't turn out too good, but I'll get back to it later. I will have a zooming feature on this mini map system. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because I am like streaming and stuff. So we're gonna undo and go back to where it was before we started working on the Zoom. Uh, I don't even remember exactly what it was. It seems like it was a while ago. Yeah, it definitely was a while ago. I've been messing around a lot. So we're just gonna go back to where you made it to where you can click and move. Damn, I did a lot of I was working on the Zoom for quite a minute. Yeah, so this is it right here. And this is when we were working on the Zoom, so this is where we left off. I'm gonna reboot, and we're going to see if everything is working. All right. How's that? Is that a good enough mini map for you? All right, and so here we made it to where if you click right here, it goes to that area. Is that legit or what? Come on, you gotta admit that's cool. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of one little part that isn't that good. I'm gonna get rid of this part. And then there's this part that I made where like you sleep, tick lag -1, and it made it load stupid fast. Uh, that's taking longer than it did before. I'll get rid of this right here. There it is. I'm trying to make the rendering happen faster. Which is weird because before it like happened instant and now it's like quite a bit of delay. And all I did differently was put times 1, and it makes no sense why times 1 would make it uh, run faster. Like if it renders faster now, that'll just be weird. All right, but whatever. I can get to that later. Let's make it to where you can highlight certain areas. All right, so in my particular game, I wanted to like highlight zones that certain areas have captured. Uh, but in this demo, I guess I could just have it to where I don't know. I don't know how I'd make it for this area. I guess when you enter a certain area, it will highlight it on your map, which would be cool. Yeah, we can do that. So let's create a, I guess, function called highlight map. And let's create the color of the highlight. And actually, we should make the highlight be customizable. So we're going to make it white and just use color uh, matrices or whatever. So boom, that's that. All right, and we have our little formula down here that pretty much tells you the location of like the mini map. I'm just gonna copy it up here. And we're gonna pass down a turf that will uh, basically uh, have the coordinates of what area we want to be highlighted. So um, we probably would need to make this be opposite of what it is. So like we'll make this p.x, p.y, and instead of saying uh, divided by, I'm pretty sure it'd be times. And uh, actually, this would be pixels. This would be pixels. So let me go ahead and just remove that and put this here and here. Be t.x, t.y. All right, and so let's go ahead and just create an object maybe. All right, so the most efficient way to do this is to have it be one object that like covers a specific area of the map, or we'll just be like adding overlays, uh, multiple different overlays, which I don't want to do because uh, that could cause some issues. But that's like the easiest way to do it. So I'm gonna try to think of a efficient way to do this. Do we have any coders in the lobby right now? Do we have any coders or programmers, people who know, coding algorithms and stuff like that, or anything about DM? Because so my question is, what's the most efficient way to put together overlays to basically make, a bunch of overlays that have certain offsets, certain pixels, and make them seem like they're a part of one thing, uh, like effectively, like make them seem like they're one appearance. Because you can stack overlays, like basically put all these different overlays on one object, but it's still like processed as like separate overlays, which can have drag, you know? So basically, I want to like find a way to eliminate that drag, but because otherwise I would like have to scale the object depending on what's around it, and that's like a little bit too complicated. Uh, yeah. So while I wait for a response, I'm just gonna make it work per object, and hopefully it doesn't like create a drag uh, or like a delay. So we're just gonna create an object, but preferably we want it to be an image because images are less they require less space, and so they're more efficient. We're gonna do image, and we're gonna call it highlight, right? Icon is under objects. This state name is called highlight, and the layer, it should get the layer and plane of the map because we're going to make it an overlay of the map. So I don't think we really need to define those things. So here we're going to say image. I'm just call it highlight, and HL for abbreviation, new, so new highlight, and then HL dot pixel underscore x equals px, HL dot px underscore y equals py. And then we're going to say, well, we need to define, so like we can have it to where it highlights everyone's maps, or we can have it to where it highlights the individual maps. This particular code, I think it'd be easier just to make it the world map. Xavier, and the sad part is that the world map, hold on, I need to look at something. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit confusing because the world map is an object, right? And that's what we want to add it to. Uh, and each individual player has a different world map. And I was originally thinking that because the world map actually takes its icon from a global map. And I was thinking about adding the overlay to that global map, but that map itself is actually an icon, and I don't want to add stuff to that icon. And so what I'm going to have to do is probably create a new list that basically would be added to world maps, which kind of sucks, but like it's not an easy way, but that's probably the best way to do it. We'll call it highlights, and we're just going to initialize it. And we're going to create a name and the we're going to say F, there's no highlight one. So if there is no highlight one, we're going to create it, or actually it needs to be t dot z, and then t dot z equals new, slash list. Is this new art? This is not new art. It's something that I did like a couple months ago, maybe like 2, 3 months ago, if that's what you're asking. So, uh, so basically, we created a list within the associative list, and now we're going to add this image to that list. Uh, and hopefully this works. We're going to say plus H1. So now that we have um, basically the list of objects, we need to have it to where it will add the highlights to your map and remove them. And I'm gonna just have it change whenever someone moves. I'm not trying to like be too OP with this. I just want to create it so it's there. So first I'm gonna like remove the highlights that someone would have and then add the ones that like and then add them all. So that's kind of what I'm doing, a minus and then plus. And so now I need to make it to where like it will produce the highlights. And I'm gonna just make it really simple. I'm gonna just make it to when I click a turf, it's gonna highlight them. And let's give these highlights like a color. We're just gonna make it purple for right now. So when we click a turf, we're basically gonna find like the surrounding turfs around it. Uh, just do like blocks of 4. All right, and then we're just gonna all highlight map. And I don't actually think there needs to be a name anymore. We just need to put T. And that should be it. Any errors that we have? Actually, I don't see the problem that they're saying. Oh, list starts here. Okay. Log. System. Highlights. Oh, there needs to be image highlight. That works. All right, let's test this out. Let's give us some feedback because there's a chance it might not work. Hmm. All right. Uh, looks like we already ran into a problem. I was yeah, it's saying that there's not. That's what we need to do right here. All right. I also need to make it to where it's not rendering that anymore. Oh God. It worked. It worked. All right, let's click over here. Then when I move, oh my God. Uh, the problem is that it's not scaling down, but we basically have the gist of the code. So let's scale it down to this appropriate size. Let's say h1 dot transform we're gonna do times equals that's basically it's HL. All right, I'm gonna click right here. Oh my God, and it's not showing up. Oh, there it is. I think it's off a little bit though. If I click right here, yeah, it's off. And it has to do with this code. I can say minus 4. I think that's too little, but we'll find out. Yeah, so what's weird is that like it's scaling way bigger than I want it to be. But it does seem like it's like starting at the right location. It's just not uh it's not in the center. That's what I would want ideally. It's kind of weird. Minus 2. Yeah. So let's make it 16. Let's see how that goes. Gonna try this corner again. Uh, that's almost in the center, but not really. I'm gonna try 12. But after this, then we're just gonna implement this into Triumph, not Triumph, Overcome, and it should be like a fairly easy implementation. The only problem is that this is using like objects, and I'm kind of using like HUDs. That definitely is not centered as well. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna leave it at 16. But everything was done on the list besides the zoom, which I'll handle later. I'm making an update to where I'll work on the zoom. I just don't want to waste everyone's time me fooling around with the zoom. But I mean that's everything besides that. So pretty cool. So let's go ahead and implement this into one of our games and see how that works. And it should be pretty straightforward. Well, or should I work on the demo more? I'm gonna work on the demo more because uh, people need to have options. Like, so I'm gonna say, create some verbs, change style. We're just gonna do this, switch input. Uh, choose your mini map style, endless square. Uh, Actually, I'm gonna make it lowercase. Square, comma, um, hex, try, and the last one was circle. And I'm like abbreviating because I'm just gonna make it simple on myself when coding it. Um, the border, we might want to make it the border in the visible area we're gonna make into uh, objects so we can like change them in game and not like have to remove and create them. So we're just gonna say uh, mini border, mini is area, I guess. Okay, that's cool. And we're gonna say mini border equals new. Yeah, I can do that for both of them actually. And then we'll just make that all right. And then here we'll just add mini vis, mini border. Should I speak louder? Speaking of which, what happened to our freaking music? All right. So, all right. So now that we have the mini visible and border, they're actually variables now that we can work with. Go back to the demo. And we're basically going to say source dot template is the plane master that we're adding it to. I'm going to say minus mini this and border. And then we're going to change their icon state. And then it's going to be called white. And we're going to use text. Because I made the names of like the choices they choose to be related to the icon state. And I mean, that should work. Let's try this again. All right. Oh God. Okay, that one didn't work. Let's see. Square didn't work. Try didn't work. Okay, so none of our things are working. Let's see if I have it correctly. It's white hex, white try, white sir, white square. Okay, so go back to the demo. X try sir. Dot icon state. I'll try this again. I don't know why it's not working. Let me see what the output is. white hex, black hex. Oh, I know what's up. I'm tripping. My bad. I forgot to add it back to as an overlay. No, it should work. New mistake. New mistake. All right, so square, hex, circle, try. All right, so I'm gonna make it when you log in, it automatically like shows the thing change. And I have it when you move. Which is over here. Yeah. All right, so we click this and go to hex. Oh my God, I didn't it did not change our map icon, which is weird. Let me try that again. So reboot it. When I log in, oh, there it is. So now change it to hex. Oh God. Change it to circle. Try. They can just see, but yeah, that's dope. Tell me that's not cool, bro. All right. And then I'm gonna have it to where you click. I have it show up on the mini map. It's the last thing I'm gonna do. And that should be part of the demo. I'm gonna create a new one called highlight map. And we're gonna say, we're gonna get an alert box. Click on terrain to highlight on map. Not only that, but we could also say the color. That'd be cool. But yeah, we're not gonna do that for right now. And then we're just gonna say highlight map equals 1. And then we're gonna say if the person has highlight map, we're gonna do that. And then after that, we want to update their map. All right, and then say update. So highlights. Okay. And this needs to be user. And this needs to be user. I'm gonna exit out of this. Okay, that's cool. And click highlight map. click on terrain to highlight map. And when I click it, it shows up. And I'm gonna get rid of that text. That this right here. Okay. So we have the highlight map. We have the style. What was the other stuff that we added? Oh, click. When you click on the mini map, I'm gonna have it show like a little, like one of these things. I'm gonna just import it from one of my other games. I'm gonna just take it from Dragon Ball. I do not remember the name of it, but I think it's like Target or something. Terrain. I mean, I could just draw it really fast. Yeah, we'll just draw it. We're gonna basically use the same thing right here. I'm gonna make it red. Let's make it not transparent. Get rid of some of this stuff. So apparently some people don't want me to release this to the public. They're like, the freaking fanboys are just gonna take your shit. It sucks that like beyond community, like the main source of players are nothing but fanboys, and like nobody likes them. Like I don't even think they like themselves. And it's just sad because like back in the day, the fanboy community was like dope, and it was like a great environment. But I mean, I might as well release it though. Is how I feel. I might as well because at least people who like, you know, will try to do something have an opportunity to have some quality stuff. You know, like I'm doing this for just developers in general. Yeah, I mean, people are gonna try to put this in some rips. People are gonna be like, "Oh man, this game is OP. It has a mini map. You know, it's it has a bunch of cool things." But I mean, a mini map is not gonna make a game great, bro. It definitely will improve certain things, but it's not gonna make a game great. You know, so like this is like here to help developers like have easy access to a mini map. And a lot of games that I make can use a mini map. Most games on Beyond are, MMO type games like adventure, training, traveling, and so a lot of games can use this, not just fan games. Uh, I have an RTS game that I'm about to install this, and you guys probably gonna watch me install this on my RTS game. Uh, and then Triumph already has the code in there, but it's not as optimized as this one. So this is just an optimized minimap code that I already released. Like the code is already released. But yeah, this one's way better now. And it's much easier to use. It's much easier to like reposition it. So yeah. Whoosh. But yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that. Spend a little time on that. So now we need to have it when you click on the minimap. It will display that object. I'm just going to create it as an image. Say new I equals new image, I dot icon equals, or we could have it as an icon. No, image. Icon equals icon objects.dmi, comma, indicator. I'm going to scale it down, transform times 0.25. Then we're just going to say source dot overlays plus equals I, and we're just going to have it sleep a little bit. Sleep a second, probably. Overlay minus equals I. And that's all. And it garbage collects itself, so I don't really need to hit delete. And let's see if that works. Did not work. So let's increase the layer. I'm just gonna say 10 just to see if it works, or 20, whatever, it don't matter. And then if not, then we need to try to test out the plane of it. Maybe I don't have it named right, indicator, objects, indicator. So it looks like I do have it named correctly. Yeah, maybe it's too small. That could be an issue. Let's try 5. Oh, hold on, try that again. I don't think that's a problem. Let me make the plane equal 5 or 4. Right, let's try 2 for right now. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try 3. Okay. You see, it is showing up. But it's not showing up in the right pixels. Because I never set the pixels. Oh my god. Go me. I never set the pixels. Alright, so I dot pixel underscore x equals px. Alright. I'm gonna get rid of that sleep 10. Alright, yeah, sleep 10. Hmm. Definitely not working correctly. I'm gonna scale it down for right now and see if it shows up, because that's something that we need to do. I am working on a mini map code that I'm about to release. I'm just like doing some last minute polishing to the demo. Map limits, like how big the map can be. No, I don't plan on adding that type of stuff. So I think it is working. It's just that the thing is being scaled down a bit, and that actually makes it to where uh, it is not positioned right. So I think I just need to do minus 16, minus 16, and that should position it correctly. No, I don't plan on doing that right now. Yeah, this is working. Yeah, that works. This works. All right, so what I was planning on doing is, I mean, that actually would be like smart to add, but uh, I think it'd be easier to just make it to where it's black around the edges. But that is a good idea. I was just thinking like it'd be like I have to change the code. I have to make a separate code, like if the thing's in view, and yeah, it'll be a lot of work because then I'm gonna be adding zooming and stuff like that, and so it's gonna be yeah, it's gonna need like a very complicated formula to make it work correctly because I'm trying to make this like a fits all type ordeal. But I basically did everything that I wanted to do for it today, besides the zooming feature. But this works. You can click on it, and yeah. So now I want it to show up on the map. So we're just gonna say t plus equals, or sorry, overlay equals. I'm gonna just create. So there is already one, so I'm just check indicator. Now, if I want to be like a good Samaritan, I probably would want to comment the source. Okay, this works. I don't know if I want to comment it or not, but this is basically like it. I'm making sure that everything on the object part is working because I haven't worked on the object aspect today. But I guess we'll keep it like that. This needs work as well because we need to have it be based upon the user location. Let me think for a moment. If someone's above you, their Y will be higher. Yeah, so you just subtract your Y from it. So plus uh, T dot X minus source dot X. Pretty sure that's all we need. And this would be Y. Well, this will officially be like the best minimap code on Beyond, honestly. I'm gonna put that as a statement and see if anyone else says that they have a better one, just for the heck of it. So it's centered, so I can add an enemy. Let me add like a random mob and see if it's being displayed correctly. It's not even gonna have an icon, but we're just gonna put that right there, this right here. Oh crap! Yeah, it's definitely not working correctly. I think it needs to be times 4. That was a good test. I'm glad I tested that. All right. Yeah, that's better. Wow, this guy's all the way over here. Yeah, that's right. All right, so now that works. The minimap code is done for right now. It is done. Oh, I don't even think I need to comment that much, honestly. I'm gonna just put a little bit comments. Um, Function that shows nearby allies, my enemies, and self on minimap. And I'm gonna change this because I just saw a function that I like to use. I'm gonna just put that there instead. And we'll do the same thing here. We don't need this part. Minimap code done. All right, I'm done. No more edits. We're gonna compile it, upload it, and see how much the community appreciates me, which they probably don't at all. I haven't got like one single good comment on it on my minimap code. So I should say fuck it. Like, don't y'all don't like my codes? Fine then. No access to the update. Suckers. Actually, I need to open it and compile it in the source. But I guarantee you, everyone's gonna be using this. Like, I guarantee you. Go back. All right. But yeah, that was a success. Go over here, X minimap. Damn, thing had 40 downloads before it even was like legit. I'm gonna get rid of this so I can like actually keep track of how many downloads it actually gets. And now we're just gonna upload it because now I have enough space to like upload things. So thank you very much for giving me more space, Beyond. This is it. Just to make sure, finished by 1 o'clock. Upload it. I'm gonna say version 2. Booyah! So, oh, there's one part I needed to put in, but people can easily change the anchors. Like if they don't figure that out, then they shouldn't be using it. Updated to version 2. Uh, features include um, minimap positioning, uh, easier, more easily handled. Minimap, uh, accuracy, greatly improved. Minimap, uh, has click and move functionality with, I don't know if I need to put minimap in front of everything. More easily handled. Positioning is more easily handled. Accuracy greatly improved. Click and move functionality. Uh, example, highlight map area example, and a variety mini map shapes / styles. And I can have it where you can change the color. That's what I forgot to add to the list is change minimap background color or whatever, but we'll do that some other time. What else did we add? Faster rendering. Uh, and that's basically it. Too bad we didn't have the zoom in, but it's all good. No way it's gonna need that. All right. Does that actually show up on like the HUD? No, I have to make a post. I'm gonna make a post about it. Oh, I need to go back to edit. All right, I'm gonna stop the stream for like watching me now and stuff because that's the end of the segment. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Me uh work on this mini map code. It turned out pretty good. It turned out faster than I thought it would be. But I definitely appreciate you guys staying tuned and watching. So.